get in any trouble, I'm
I'm right from
gonna,
golf. I need
I'm gonna
something to
put
eat.
Selectmen's
minute.
update.
Yeah.
And I
I'm gonna put Selectmen's
I
update.
had to give up the ninth
After,
hole. It's a foursome in front of us
citizens
that were going
I had
wicked
dinner with
slow.
Bill.
That way we won't get any,
Shot a
any-
76
anything
in
from
golf
anybody.
last week.
Okay, we're on.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the August 13th Select Board meeting. This meeting will be broadcast live and recorded by Foxboro Cable Access. Okay, how about we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah.
Would the Colonel like to lead us?
Oh, sure.
All right.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, anybody for citizens input? No. Okay. Okay, I'm going to switch the agenda a little bit. I'm going to push the Selectmen's update first, and why I would like to do that is I would just like to say a couple of words about Ed O'Leary's passing. Just wanted to basically say, you know, he amplified public service. He loved our community. I only knew him as the chief. When I moved to town, he was already chief, but then to see in his obituary and article in the paper that he was called officer friendly, it didn't surprise me at all. I had never heard that term before. He was always the chief, but I could completely understand. 31 years he served our community. After that, he decided to jump into the lion's den and run for select board, and I was grateful. I think I could probably speak for myself and Doc and say that grateful to have served with him on this board. He'll be missed. Not only, you know, all his accomplishments as a police officer, chief. I would say that for me, I probably remember him best as just really one of the nicest guys I've ever had the opportunity to meet. He used to come in every Saturday or Sunday night, and the order was either three cheese pizzas or 3 clam plates for him, Claudia, and Claudia's sister. And it was always a pleasure to see him outside of town business or here. And if everybody would join me, I'd just like to have us give him just a quick moment of silence. Okay, I don't know if anybody has anything, if I just summed up everything, anybody has anything quick they want to say? Everyone good, or?
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, well, for years, he would always go to a convention, a chief's convention or something, and come back and always bring back something that was a community-type thing. You know, we have Night Out Against Crime. You know, Chief O'Leary started that when he first came back from a meeting, and you guys remember Red Ribbon Night? He used to do that, and I remember years ago working with him on the first senior graduation all-night party. I think he came back from another convention, and me and a bunch of other people started that first night. I remember not even having any kids and dealing poker at 2 to 4 in the morning, and Chief walking around with a big grin on his face, very happy that it was a huge success. So the stuff he always brought back to the community was incredible, and that's just 3 examples of probably dozens he did.
Yeah,
He will be missed.
absolutely, a huge loss for the community. Anybody else have anything they want to say? All right.
I didn't have the pleasure of working with him, but I've heard a lot of very positive things. And I've heard his name many times, you know, in my tenure here, so.
Exactly. He'll be missed. Thank you for everything, Chief. Okay, let's see. Let's go on. All right, hold on, I am not logged in. Bill, can you just, can you give us our first agenda items?
Yeah,
while
so
I'm
it's
logged
the
in?
MBTA communities. Catherine was here.
She was just having some technical difficulty. I don't know if you want to
Just give her a moment.
Why don't we just go ahead on the special town meeting and then
Okay.
she'll come on in.
So we'll skip that for now, come back to it. Select Board to vote to open the November 18th, 2024 special town meeting warrant. Any discussion? So basically, timeline requirements, we open it now, typically 4 to 6 weeks, leave it open, then close. And if we had to, obviously, we can reopen after that, but I think 6 weeks gives plenty of time to.
Sure. Does that work for you, Katie, or where would that make us land?
Just bring up the calendar so we open, so. 6 weeks would bring us to September 24th.
Do we have a date of when we want to do the special town
Yeah,
meeting?
November 18th.
Okay.
So it seems like we have plenty of time in
Yeah.
between, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Oh, there it is, right.
We have
top
quite a
right.
few articles already sort of planned, so it'll be a for a fall town meeting, it will be packed with a lot. Not the smallest of which will be what Catherine's here to talk about, but the MBTA communities. We may be addressing accessory dwelling units. We're going to probably have to tackle that as there's a new ruling coming down from the state on that. And then some financial work. And that's why this is the one date between Thanksgiving, town elections, and making sure that it's not occurring after tax recap. We really had one day that it worked. So we got very fortunate that we're doing it that's the one day we could do.
Yeah.
What's that?
Want to make a motion?
Sure.
Motion to open the special town meeting warrant.
I'll second that.
All those in favor? Oh, actually, any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Is that-
yep, okay.
Go back.
And then now, so we have to determine the closing date. So what is our normal before the actual date that we give the close? Is it like 14 days that we have to be?
Isn't it
closed?
usually 2 weeks?
I have to post within 14 days of the meeting, so I'd
Yep.
like to give us a little bit of wiggle room. So I was hoping for like the 29th of October to post with enough time.
Yeah.
And so we just need enough time to back up too from AdCom to do all, the other issue is going out 6 weeks, it kind of lets things linger a little bit, so it might make it harder for AdCom. So, 4 to 6 weeks, that will we can make whatever work, but it gives the AdCom a little bit more time to focus on some of their
Well,
articles.
and once they have those dates too, like I remember when we were on AdCom, sometimes we started early September, sometimes it was a little bit in, all depending on when town meeting was, how many articles, so
Right.
that'll give them, the time to determine when they should get their meetings rolling, and so.
Good end date.
So you think 4 weeks then, is it?
I think
And that would-
Yeah,
if we
4
had
to
to
6, we're
extend it,
comfortable
obviously-
with anywhere between 4 and 6.
And I do kind of like it on a Friday, if anyone needs my opinion.
So what date, is that September?
Just so like if people
Yeah.
usually think of the end of the week, I feel like it could be confusing if it was in the middle of a week.
So what day is that?
What's 4 weeks?
You like October 29th, is that
29th.
what we said?
Oh, no, it'd be September.
September either 6th or 13th.
I think we were looking at the 13th, maybe? Or the
sounds
20,
13th would be 4.5 weeks from now.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
with the understanding that this board can always reopen if there's we don't
Right.
typically do it for just anything, but if there's something very pressing, this board certainly has the right to reopen.
And quite honestly, if people have things at this point,
You know
unless
it.
unless something comes off the rails on
Yeah.
us.
Okay.
So you want a motion to,
Motion to set September 13th, 2024 as the closing date for the special town meeting warrant.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, so now we're going to review the updated town meeting warrant,
Now,
and,
why don't we go back now and do the MBTA thing and come back into this?
oh, okay, we can do that.
We are improvising, because I just learned that my computer here does not have a thumb drive.
Thank you.
Thank you all for inviting me to speak with you today. I'm going to be talking about the MBTA communities regulations coming down from the state and our approach. I do apologize in advance. I do have a presentation, but there were some technical difficulties in getting it set up tonight. So I'll just be pretty brief, just hit some high notes. But MBTA communities, for those who are not acquainted with this, this is a requirement coming down from the state, adopted by the legislature in 2021, and it established a multifamily zoning regulation requirement near transit stations within the Commonwealth. 177 cities and towns were affected by this, including Foxborough. And it allows some flexibility in the local process in terms of where the district can be and what is allowable by right and dimensional requirements, things of that nature. So what we're trying to do, because in May of this year, the previous district was voted down at town meeting, we're trying to take a community engagement-oriented approach, just hit people wherever they are, informally, as well as having nighttime meetings to kind of iron things out, in the hopes that we can get a district that is compliant with state regulations and also works for the town residents' best interests and preferences. So I do want to talk a little bit about my role in the process, because I think that needs to be stated up front. As the town planner here, my role is to inform residents of the context of the regulation, what it actually requires of Foxborough, to engage residents, to try to ask questions, to solicit ideas in a way that can really help us to determine an appropriate and acceptable district. To compile, my hope is 2 possible districts that can be discussed, reviewed, and voted on at town meetings, so that residents still have an option, even if they're not able to participate in the process up to that point. And finally, just to present those options at town meeting for a vote. So my stake in this process is really kind of twofold. Number one, I do want the town to be in compliance with state law. That's usually people like that in their various specializations. But the other and more important piece for town residents is probably to preserve the access of funds. Certain state funds will not be available to us if we are not in compliance with MBTA communities. And I don't want that to happen, because that affects what we can do when it comes to large infrastructure projects, for example, even smaller planning projects. We either won't be able to access funds, or we will not score as highly if we're not in compliance. So trying to preserve the grant flow that really allows us to do the work that we do is important to me as well. A big question is, haven't we already voted on this? The answer is yes. The town voted down the district at the spring town meeting, but that does not mean that the law is waived for the town. It continues to be in effect, and the town has to make every effort possible to comply with the regulation. So what's the process and the timeline? Obviously, it's really, really, really tight. My first meeting to talk to the public and solicit comments is going to be actually tomorrow evening. That's going to be the first kind of formal session. I'm also going to hit people at library events. I did a veterans event earlier this month, just trying to meet people where they are in the community already. But we're going to have on the 2nd and the 4th Wednesday of every month between now and October, we're going to have opportunities for people to weigh in. Just one on October 9th, because after that we're going to be pushing it when it comes to planning board, AdCom, and all that. And then obviously November's our last chance to get into compliance before the state's deadline kicks in. So that's our hope, is to be able to get a compliant district agreed upon by that date, if it's at all possible. So tomorrow's session will be one of many. It's going to be kind of the backbone of the regulations, the individual formula that applies to Foxborough. There will be a visual showing, because a certain percentage of units has to be within a half mile of the commuter rail station. I'll bring up that map so that people really see the lay of the land of what we're talking about, and who specifically could be affected by it, and whose voices need to be heard. So that will all take place tomorrow. I'm really just going to be asking general questions about what happened last time, what are your thoughts about the regulation in general, what are some of your just high-range concerns at this point. It's not going to be a detailed meeting or like a charrette tomorrow by any means. So That's really all that I can talk about tonight. I really want to save the majority of the conversation for these meetings as they come about with the residents. But I wanted to make sure that you were all aware that this was happening, that we're going out talking to residents wherever we can find them, and to encourage anybody who can to attend tomorrow's meeting and discuss in more detail.
Where is the meeting?
Excuse me?
Where is the meeting?
It's here at 6:00 p.m. tomorrow. I should have led with that.
And it will be on cable, or be recorded
Yes,
for cable?
It will be, yes.
So you're not going to be presenting the existing plan that's out there but you're just going to be
Not tomorrow. So that will probably be something that we discuss a little further on in the process, once I understand what some of people's objections and concerns are. It still remains a possibility if that's where the residents decide is the best location for it. But personally, I'm open, even though I know that it places a lot more stresses on us, I'm open to discussing other options if there are things that are compliant within the model that residents will support.
Have you talked with our new town council yet? Because
Yes,
my recollection, they have
briefly.
a lot of experience and ideas in this area.
Yes, he will be on hand tomorrow just to briefly discuss the, what he's seeing out of other communities in terms of the impact of failing to find a district that's in compliance. He'll be involved in the rest of the process as we need him, but it won't be for several months. Once we start, laying the underpinnings of the actual regulatory language, that would be another time when we check in with him.
So I'm going to add two more things. I think it's going to be critically important that if we're going into this with an open slate as our ideas, that things like the percentage that have to be within a half mile have to be detailed and,
Yep.
and laid out to people. And truly what grants we won't be available to get if we were to deny this. I'm going to go on the record right now as saying that I don't really agree with Barney in that we could put it someplace thinking that it's not going to happen. Mm-hmm. I think you have to plan on wherever you put it, it is going to happen sometime. Never say never. So I think as long as the community, when they finally, if they truly decide that they are interested in a parcel or whatever, understand that, maybe not tomorrow, but 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, something can happen. I just want them to clearly understand that there is no such thing as never say never, so.
So the deadline with the state is the end of this year.
Yes,
Something-
it's the end of the calendar year, I believe, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with Bill, because I know the joint meeting we had, I know that was thrown a lot out about across the street from the stadium and the parking. And then next, we hear that the crafts, we've passed that you can put a parking garage. So that kind of gave them the opportunity to have another place to have their spots, which means that if we had put it there, that, they may develop it, maybe not. They're going to sell it, maybe they're not interested in developing and they'll sell it off. So I agree. We have to definitely be prepared that wherever we want to push to be the spot, truly, we can live with it happening there, and not just that because I know at the beginning, when we had that meeting, we were talking about, well, we could comply and never build anything. And then now, now we're finding out that's not it's not probable. Somebody at some point will build something.
Yeah, and I think what you're seeing in a lot of the other communities that have agreed to do it are overlays in areas that they know already are built out, and the likelihood of someone coming in and tearing it all down and starting all over again is very unlikely. We have a couple places where we could do something similar, but again, the percentage of what we would have to do within the half mile, and it's not doesn't necessarily have to be the vacant spot that they put out if we only have to do a portion of it within the half mile. There are other sites in that area that could be considered and should be considered, I think, as part of this. So I just, like I said, I think this has to be extremely well laid out so that everybody understands exactly what their requirements are, and what the risks are.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the formula's absolutely going to be front and center tomorrow.
And that's funny, because that was going to be my next statement too, what Bill just alluded to, what if we don't do it again? I think there's going to probably be aware there's going to be a lot of questions. What are the other communities that have voted no? Where are they? What are they doing? Also.
And that is why I invited Jay to speak tomorrow specifically, because I know that was a concern coming out of town meeting last time. What if we fail to comply by the deadline the state has given us? And Jay can speak to that because he's been following what's been going on elsewhere in the Commonwealth. So hopefully he can have much better answers than I would be able to give.
Do you have a time, is this 6 to a certain time or 6 until?
I mean, hopefully 6 to 7, but if people continue to discuss the issue for longer than that, I'll be on hand for sure.
And is it well publicized through all?
Yeah, Maura's been doing
It
the
was,
out there.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of short notice just because we don't have a lot of time to work in. So getting it set up on my end, I did not unfortunately give a lot of time for notice. But this is the first of 5 public meetings that I'm hoping to have, plus the informal soft events where I'm going to be reaching out to people just in a lobby with a sign, just talking to people. So hopefully we'll be able to meet people where they are and get some ideas that will stick.
Will all these meetings be same time, same place?
All of the quote-unquote formal-ish meetings will be at the same time, same place, second and fourth Wednesday of the month from 6 p.m. on in the gala room. So hopefully people can attend those, and they can always reach out to me by email or phone. They can call the land use office if they have any questions or any comments, and they can't attend any meetings.
I know personally I can't make tomorrow. I wish I had known earlier, but I'll definitely be there on the 28th, so.
Great.
Just
Is the Milton case still on track for October, or what's the status of that?
Well, we don't know. It's still not, we have no results from the Milton case. And I've been cautioned, and we've been cautioned, probably, Catherine's probably heard the same thing, that we don't expect answers on the Milton case in time for December. We're going to be going in a town meeting. We're still not going to know sort of what happens. And that will be, Catherine, a concern of many of the residents is that, and that was one of the things, and you'll hear this tomorrow, but I think folks are afraid of saying yes and then having something change as a result of Milton, and this fear that we won't have the Milton answers in time.
Yeah.
So I think there will be some reticence at town meeting to jump in for fear that something could be pulled back. And you're well aware of that,
Yeah,
I know.
You always want to know what are the opportunities and what are the costs, and that cost element isn't there yet. So I understand people wanting to sit and watch how things work through the courts, and I wish that we had the ability to give people that information before town meeting, but I'm not going to hold my breath for that.
Do we think, I know last time we had a joint meeting with planning. Do you think that's needed sometime between now and town meeting, or at all to, I don't know, does anybody else feel like that might be a good idea for us to all be in one room again, or?
I think probably after she gets through a
After
number of these
yeah.
meetings and we see some of the information.
And see what happens. Yeah. So
Maybe if you have a few districts to consider or talk about, it'd be a good time for the
Yeah.
two boards to get together again and sort of kick them around and see where that's going to land.
Yeah, I'm open to that. I mean, I think this is going to be kind of an organic, squishy process at first, but, from where I stand today, I think August is really going to be listening to what happened last time and what are the big concerns that are on people's minds. September is going to be more of like asking questions to try to guide, resident input to create these actual districts, and that's going to be in terms of design features and any amenities that people might want to see attached to them, and actual puzzle pieces of where they want them to go on maps, things like that. And then once we get to late September, early October, I really hope to have a couple of model districts for people to play around with and see what might be.
So I can't help but wonder, the other side of this is, obviously, we know the only available land within the half mile is craft-owned land. If whether or not at some point there should be a conversation with them, again, depending on what the outcome is. Not that we will be able to hold them to anything, but if we come up with another site that they own that we feel is worth pushing for, seeing if they would be amenable to it as well. Because there's more, they own numerous sites in that particular area. And if we only have to eat a percentage of it within that half mile, there's no reason to put the 50 acres up and guarantee, in my mind, that it's going to be built over time. So I think at some point we ought to consider whether or not we have a conversation with them as well in an open forum.
Sure. They have already asked me thoughts about this, and they had previously sent the town before I arrived here their preferred locations. What I've told them is also, they are the majority land owner there. And, it's the elephant in the room. And when it comes to properties that could even feasibly be developed, it's pretty much them within that half-mile radius. So I told them the same as I'm telling you all, that I think that the time for them to enter the conversation would also probably be later September, early October, after the residents have really told us their thoughts about the whole process and what are absolute hard stops, what are things that they are concerned about that could potentially be mitigated through design of some sort. So I think that both from the town's perspective and from the craft group's perspective, I think that we need to listen to the residents first, because even though they're the primary land owners within the area, they don't have very many votes at town meeting,
It's true.
Yeah, well, and something, I was thinking similar to what Bill was thinking, a lot of the pushback, I feel, came from that Ashcroft area that people didn't seem to like, and so,
Why would they?
exactly, but maybe if we can, talk about the terminals, maybe we can find a happy medium,
My hope is to reach out to the residents of that area directly, like send out mailers for a meeting specifically for them, because they are the ones that are most directly affected by the process.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear directly from them whether or not they would be absolutely opposed to this, that, the other. If it is something like a compromise with the terminals building, would a buffer or some kind of an amenity like a park that separates the uses be enough to mitigate their concerns there? Would it not be? I think that it's necessary for us to reach out to them as a group because they're so directly affected.
Would you include Beach Street, Meadowview, that whole area, or pretty much just Ashcroft?
Since I am not yet familiar with all the streets, I couldn't tell you.
Probably yes.
There is maybe.
But they're all abutting. They're all right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably coordinate with Paige because she knows the lay of the land a lot better than I do, and thankfully I have access to her as a resource. So I'll figure out who needs to receive notice, but I do want to have a meeting directly for those people just because they are so directly impacted by this.
Which I don't think would be any different than what happened up on Fisher Street or what happened where the lodge is. Not as much impact on the lodge site, but Fisher had a lot of impact relative to those neighborhoods. So, and if I remember correctly, we did have open conversations. So that's a very good way to look at it.
Yeah, it is nice to have Catherine here. She brings sort of a fresh perspective. She's coming in it pretty much unjaded. Everybody keeps trying to tell her how hard this is going to be, so it's been very refreshing to have Catherine's professional approach. And she's truly coming in, unbiased, without an agenda, just trying to follow the rules, and but with open ears. So I think she's got a great process planned out, and I'm very thankful that she's taking this on.
Yeah, I'm really hopeful we can find something that, as I like to say, like probably at the end of it, we'll all be a little bit disappointed, but hopefully we can find something where we're all a little bit disappointed, but we can deal with it, As from an economic development perspective, which is my past, when I'd take off the planner hat and put on economic development, there are ways that you can really leverage this into growth, new tax revenues to offset the burden on individual ratepayers here. So there are possible advantages too, and that part of it excites me. But again, now I'm a planner, so I have to take that hat off, put back on the planner hat, and listen to everybody that lives here and has a stake here.
All right.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Stephanie, would you mind if we skipped ahead to the two zoning things, just so, Catherine, before you run out, do you want to just listen in? Because we're going to at least talk about one zoning, rezoning, and it might be
Yeah.
good to have Catherine at least
Nope,
hear
that's a.
it. Not to put you on the
that-
spot,
That's a
but,
great idea.
so this is a discussion of a possible rezoning of the existing senior center. As you know, at last town meeting, the vote was for the select board to be authorized to dispose of it. We're not at that point yet, we're not ready to move. But then talking to Bill Yukna and various other people, it's sort of been raised that perhaps that property might garner more value if it were rezoned from residential to commercial. I will say that it has not been run by the planning board yet, but it was just something we kind of wanted to get on the agenda for this board to discuss as to whether that's a possibility for this town meeting. Whether you want to look at rezoning it, would be from R15 to general business, and then with an overlay of Foxborough Center overlay district. And that would allow commercial operation to go in there as opposed to only residential. And, many people have said that might garner a higher value. So I just wanted to open it up for this board's consideration. It would also, in addition to the senior center, in order to avoid spot zoning, we'd have to do 69 Central Street as well, which is a multifamily. And I wasn't here back, when that zoning was created, so I don't know if there's sensitive neighbor issues, if those of you who were here, if there was controversial. Just floating it out there as a discussion item to see what this board thought. And, one idea is you could bring it to town meeting, and if the people didn't support it, then it wouldn't change where we sit today, but if they did, it would allow it to be marketed as non-residential. So entirely up to this board for consideration.
Yeah, and the sale of the property, it's, at some point when we get to that point, do I remember that the little bit of talk that we had back when we were talking about purchasing the new piece of property? We can't necessarily earmark that to help us pay for that. It just goes right back into the general fund.
Correct.
Which it's money coming in, no matter how you look at it. So
Unless it was bonded. If it was bonded, then
That
it
property.
doesn't go back to general fund, it goes towards, it could go towards the 76 Main Street. But I believe, I could be wrong on that, but that was my recollection from a while ago. I like the idea of bringing it up now, because I'd like to find out what the citizens think about it, number one. If they're going to adamantly say that they don't want to do that, then we ought to know that now so we can plan going forward. There's no reason to wait and find out 6 months from now, or a year from now, or 2 years from now that they don't
Or when
wanna
a
do
person
that.
buys it, they might say,
Right.
oh, we could try to rezone it. This way,
Yeah.
everybody will know.
Everybody will be on an even page, they'll know exactly what they can or can't do with it. One thing people have to be, understand is that just because it's zoned residential doesn't mean that's the only option of what can happen at this point, even though it's not rezoned to something else. So there are other things that can go in there by law that would be, potentially have a different impact on residents as well. So I think that can obviously all come out in a conversation with, at town meeting, but I think we should move it forward.
I totally agree. I didn't realize that, it was residential till a couple of months ago, too, and that certainly in discussions with you, and maybe even with you, too, Bill, that the limited things that could potentially go in there, that really boxed in, and I think that opens up tremendously. And you're right, it's sort of a win-win. Bring it to the people and see, what their thoughts are, and if they pass it, I think it opens up a tremendous opportunity for that area. Oh, a lot more potential opportunity.
absolutely.
In rezoning it, does residential still have the opportunity to go in
Only
there?
mixed use, so if it were rezoned to general business, it could not have residential. But with the Foxborough Center overlay, you are allowed to have multifamily, but you also have to have a commercial. It has to be mixed use. So as you see uptown, you'll have like a store with an apartment above it, or you can have up to 3 by right, and then more than 3 by special permit.
In 69 Central Street, what is the deal with that?
I think it's a 3-family.
And it's zoned residential?
Right now, it's R15. Yes.
And they want to go to?
No, they haven't been approached at all. They are just
Oh.
beginning, because we can't just take one parcel standalone and rezone it and have it be surrounded by R15, they would have to, in order to keep the zoning district contiguous, we'd have to do that as well. Chances are it would increase the value of their property as well. Or if,
Because they'd
three
be
units.
pre-existing, non-conforming, and they
it's
could stay that
pre-existing.
way if they want.
Exactly. They could keep it as a three-family, and that might be the highest and best use for them. Or this would also open the opportunity to do mixed use or full commercial. And there's also slight possibility, I can't really see it, where those lots could be combined and something could happen there as well. We don't know. That would be a rather expensive proposition to buy two properties, tear everything down and start over. I don't really foresee that happening, but never say never. So just to put everything on the table, you just don't know what would happen out there. And to Bill's point, what could go in there that's exempt are educational, religious, daycares. Those right now, whether it's R15 or general business or Foxborough Center overlay, those would be allowed today with limited review by the town. Those are by right uses. The town can look at the layout and other specifics, but they cannot prohibit the use. So, being residential might push it more towards an exempt use. And those not all of those pay taxes. Some do, some don't. But just lots of food for fodder.
Some of them aren't maybe as favorably as you'd like to look at. I mean, everybody, we all know we need, daycare centers and stuff like that, but that's a high traffic thing. It's not a great location for one of those, to be honest with you, right on the main street stuff. However, it could be a high use as far as they're concerned, and therefore, because it is very visible, they may want to do that, and the neighbors may not like that less than potentially having a dentist office, with an apartment above it. So.
But either way, they
Or
could come in no matter
chiropractors.
what. If they're the highest bidder,
Which
that's
is
what
on
the
the other
use
side
would go
of
in.
town.
Yeah.
Center.
That's a tough spot, getting in and
know,
out. And like
absolutely.
you said, when you have 40 people dropping off kids at the same time and.
So,
and-
but as Paige is saying, those are available and rights today.
Yeah.
And regardless of what the zoning is, they could go in there. I mean, even if you rezone it, they could go in there anyway. But if you have a higher and better use, it could make the bidding on the property more competitive as opposed to just competing against residential use. We don't know, unfortunately, with our crystal ball. And then again, with the housing costs, you never know if someone might say residential is the highest and best use, and someone at town meeting might stand up and say that. We'd rather have 4 units. Let's do it. We don't know, but this sort of opens the discussion.
So do we have to actually, so we're not taking any type of
No.
vote on even?
No, I think I wanted to get your temperature
Yep.
read, and then I think the next step would be the planning board. Typically, they're the ones who run with zoning, so I think we'd then ask Catherine to bring, and she was already on it, but bring it back to the planning board and see if they wanted to sponsor that zoning article for consideration, and then they could work out the logistics that way.
Even though we're not voting, anybody have anything else, Dennis, that you want to add, or anybody have any, it seems like we're all positive, this is a good thing, anybody have
Yeah.
anything?
Nothing negative at this point.
All right. Sounds good.
Good.
Thank you, Catherine.
Yep.
And then, just while we're here, I sent in board docs, parcel B, which is a 1,957 square foot parcel at the back of Judy's Flowers. It's an interesting little rectangle that exists kind of it looks like their land. You'd never know it was not their land. And then during the construction, oh, by the way, the apartments are open behind Station 1, so those 15 apartments are now permitted for occupancy. I don't know whether they've been rented yet or not, but I believe it was around August 1st. So with that, construction is over. So now that parcel, the fencing has been removed, and that parcel is now sort of back on the books. The town had allowed Doug King to use that for construction. It's now not fenced. So then the question came up of what to do with that parcel. It's a town-owned parcel, but it sort of sits surrounded by Doug King's property on one side, and then on two sides by Judy's parking lot. So then the question, we were talking about it in a meeting, and Bill had a good idea too on that, is maybe we just sell it and see if anybody's interested in purchasing, because it really is a less than 2,000 square foot lot that the town has no use for. And so that was thrown out there as possibly putting that on the town meeting warrant for consideration, so that it could see if anybody's interested in bidding on it. It would give the permission to the select board to dispose of it, and then we'd have to go through procurement. And we don't know if either party would be interested in it, but they may, for parking reasons.
Yeah, and so when Paige was, basically, the original thought was, do we want to lease it? Do we want to, go through the process? I don't think we want to be landlords. I don't think we want to be on a piece of property that has two competing needs and uses, so we're the ones that are stuck in the middle with it. Obviously, both sites could use it. Am I wrong in looking at the apartments? Are there parking spaces there that were actually part of their process?
No.
Okay, so those are the old ones that used to exist? Okay,
Yes.
good. So, again, maybe they come to terms and basically buy it together. But the reality is right now, it is a odd parcel right behind an operating business who has had the rights to use it, not rights, but has used it for years. And it's adjacent to another parcel who could obviously use it if they wanted to. And maybe they have no use for it, but the town, I think, should make it a taxable parcel and just let it go from us. It's really an odd site for us to sit there and own, under 2,000 square feet. And we're not going to lease it for much if we ever leased it to anybody, but we're going to have liability, which I don't understand why we would do that.
Right, and that could be parking, because it was even beforehand.
Yeah. Well, if Doug King was interested in buying it, he could then lease spots to the tenants. Like, he could use that to generate income. And for us, because Bill kind of brought that up when Paige said, and Bill's like, then we're going to maintain it. We're going to have liabilities. And so, and that's a cluster for us to be leasing to, unless the lease was to just one of the businesses. But we don't want to do that either, really. You better just get a little something for it and get it off.
I think it's a great idea. Yeah, and if you think it, on the special warrant, let's do it. But I remember when we first found out that we owned it. I remember that. It was like, whoa, that little square is ours? Right. Judy's been using it forever.
Oops.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. Awesome.
Great. We'll throw it on.
Anybody else?
Yeah, good.
All right. Look at that, a yay and a yay.
Now we can go back to our procedure
Previously
guide.
scheduled.
Okay, so we're back to town meeting, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So just for a clarification on this, we have an existing procedure called Town Meeting Preparations and Annual Budget Procedure. And just in looking through it, little things like we've been working on taking out Board of Selectmen and replacing it with Select Board. Katie did that, and then when I started to look at it, there were a few other tweaks, like the time of town meeting, the name of the community information coordinator changed to communication specialist. We changed the date of the financial summit from October to late November. This procedure still includes an assistant town manager. So rather than eliminating that, I just shifted those responsibilities in the absence of an assistant town manager would go to the town manager, just to clarify that there's no rule. And then another silly one was just making sure that we were consistent on the use of AdCom. Sometimes it has 2 M's, sometimes it has 1. So it's just a housekeeping. So most of this is housekeeping. We didn't change any procedures, any processes, any substance. It was really just to bring it up to the times. And in the preamble on the page 2, I did summarize all the changes. So we just thought you might want a clean document that reflects the current state of affairs.
Yeah, because the existing one wasn't that old, because do you remember, Doc, when we had we had a little boo-boo, and nobody knew who was, who was supposed to close the warrant. It was the closing of the warrant, wasn't it?
It was timing. And,
Some timing before
Had to
town
do with the
meeting.
election, too.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
election's part of town meeting.
Yep.
Something to that effect. There was a little snafu.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
so,
yeah, it's from May of 2021, amended in December of 21, and then it would be again amended in August of 24.
Yeah, it seemed to
It's a
be
living
just updating. Right,
Yeah.
exactly. It looked good to me.
Motion to approve the updated town meeting warrant and annual budget procedure guide.
Second.
any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
great, we did the other two. Okay, so agenda item number 4, the remote participation policy.
Do you want me to take that one? Do you
Well,
want- or do you
I
wanna go ahead?
know you told us that the one that we had, we were really not in compliance with. So, and I think we all thought we were. Well, you
I
know,
was
so when co-
pre-COVID,
when co-
too.
yeah.
I was
Well, that's what it-
pre-COVID, and it was a lot of
COVID
mumbo
changed.
jumbo.
Yeah.
But
COVID changed everything, and I think at one point, even before my time, someone brought to the board wanting to do remote select board meetings, and it was turned down. But COVID changed everything.
Yeah, and for us, we don't have it remote unless we really have to, you know, or you know, I think Paige said, I think we did it one time because of weather.
snowstorm, yeah.
Just so we didn't have to cancel the meeting, we did it one time because of weather, and any other time, it's just maybe one board member that for some reason, you know, had COVID. We didn't want to invite them back in the room, sick, medical, me a couple of times on vacation, you know, and, so, yeah. Okay. So, I'm guessing, so,
Paige, did you say when we had the discussion, did you say that it's not allowed to be fully?
Under our old policy, the way it was written, you couldn't have a majority, you had to have a majority in the room.
But by law, you still
By law,
you
we
could
are-
if you had the
yes.
policy right.
Town council actually worked with us on this,
Okay.
and that was, again, another COVID benefit, is now you can do it. Because that's right, when Katie found this and I read it, I went, oh, you know, and there were silly things like Stephanie had to do, or the chair has to do a report at the end of every year, and there were all sorts of procedural things that were very cumbersome. You couldn't do executive session by remote, which again, to Stephanie's point, this board does not do remote meetings by choice. It's usually necessitated by someone being, you know, ill, out of town, or weather. So this policy reflects a little that flexibility. It gives this board the ability to function even if they have to go fully remote. But then that way, at least you're complying with your own policy, when we weren't, unfortunately, prior to that.
yeah.
So if we wanted to do what Canton did, does this allow us to do it?
You could. You know, Rentham hasn't met, Rentham Select Board has not met in person since COVID.
Really?
They are entirely remote, yes. So there are some communities that are, even that they don't have the Canton controversy, but they
Right.
are entirely remote. So yes, you could by choice do that, but I don't foresee that happening.
Right. No.
We all set?
Unless somebody shows up in a chicken suit.
Yeah.
Motion to approve the revised remote participation policy.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you for doing that. Katie, I'm sure you had a lot to do with that, too. Thank you so
That
much.
was more Paige.
Well, all right, thank you, Paige.
It was a team effort.
Thank you.
But you guys must have died laughing when you read through it the first time.
No, my jaw went, oh, no. We do try to comply with the rules, you know, whenever we can.
Good thing we changed it before our friend found out.
Oh, he's watching.
It's okay, it's revised now. Can't do anything about it now. All right, okay. All right, we're up to you, Paige.
Yes.
Town manager.
Okay, so just a reminder that football season has begun. We had a preseason last week, and there'll be another preseason game this Thursday night. And then next week, concerts, what is it, 1, 2, 4 out of 5 nights, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Hats off to our public safety team, who is working tirelessly. They have really all summer, and now this August is really a big one between training camps and concerts and football games. They're working. Even our Revs games are seeing higher attendance than ours. So really want to acknowledge them. We did get briefed, the team got briefed last week that the Craft Group intends to build another building out on their site. It's towards the rear, down by the practice fields. It's a 150,000 square foot training facility. So they're going to be going through all the approvals necessary. It's on, I believe, their property, not on pilot property, so that's good. It's going to be at the rear of the site. It's 2 stories over lot 6C parking. So most people don't know the parking. Anybody on public safety will know what that is. But so we did get briefed on that, and they'll be going to the Planning Board and Conservation Commission for review.
It's a football training?
Football training, yes. And it'll tie in nicely with the training, the practice field right there. It's going to be really, I think, serve the players. As you know, they do the players' union ratings, and I don't think that the Crafts were overly thrilled with the ratings they got from the players' union last round. So this is, I think, an effort to improve the conditions out there. Also, and this is just anecdotally from myself, I think, you know, when World Cup comes, they have to turn over the whole stadium to FIFA, and this building would not, from my understanding, would not be turned over to FIFA, so it gives them the ability to keep operating on their end. So it's a good investment, really minimal impact to, you know, the community, increased tax dollars, so it looks, you know, from our perspective, it's probably going to be a win. On July 31st, this is a big deal, Matt Brennan, our health director, hosted the CDC here in Town Hall. So they spent the afternoon in this gala meeting room. We had the Mass Department of Public Health, the National Association of County and City Health Officials. So hats off to Matt. They were coming out to talk about the Bristol Norfolk Public Health Partners, which consists of Easton, Foxborough, Mansfield, Norton, Plainville, and Sharon, and a bunch of other topics. But it was, you know, quite the heavy hitters. It was to have all the officials from Washington, D.C. was quite impressive. So hats off to Matt for that. The bench update, I did have a few residents pop in, and I explained everything moves slowly in government, unfortunately, but the benches still are on track. The plaques are being fabricated. The benches are almost done being fabricated. And Chris's plan is to begin pouring the concrete bases later this month. He wanted to wait until the farmer's market and the concerts were over before he has to go in and rip out a lot of concrete and then start over and put some new pads down. So that is still on track for, you know, late August, early September. And again, we are working tirelessly on that. One of the discussions you're going to probably see in September is about the opioid settlement fund. That's going to come through this board. You all have the decision making, or you can authorize me to do it, but I think you're going to, you know, want to hear sort of the topics on the table. We've had a couple meetings already. We have another one this Friday to sort of bandy about, you know, it's about $65,000 a year and a lot of interest in these funds. So we're trying to find the best allocation of these funds to bring for this board to consider. And it won't be me presenting it, it'll be the actual experts, like, you know, those who are in the field dealing with it, Matt, public safety, public health. So I'm going to have the folks that are actually boots on the ground dealing with this issue. So right now we have schools, fire, police, and health sort of around the table dealing with this. So stay tuned for that. We hope to bring something forward in September.
Well, and just to let the board know, Joanne Hensis reached out to me, and I think she might have, did she reach out to you? Or the woman from Gilly's House reached out to you? So she had asked me on Founder's Day, she said, geez, can you find out what's going on with those funds? And so I said, sure. And then she knew that, Matt had put out a survey and there was all kinds of stuff. So just so the board knows, and if anybody else is interested in maybe not joining me at the same time, because then we might have to call a meeting, but just so I knew, I've heard them speak about, so of course that's a place for people who are, recovered and they have a place to be and they do training and to help them get jobs. And actually how this kind of fell into my lap a little bit is I was going through our closet and Jimmy hasn't had to wear a tie for years and years, but we had like 50 ties. And so I was wondering, is there any, I was put on Facebook, anyone have a son that's going into, starting into the workforce, and people are like, oh, well, they don't have to wear ties really anymore. And somebody said you should reach out to Gilly's House because some of those gentlemen might be going on interviews and stuff like that. So that's how it kind of fell in my lap a little bit because I inquired. But I'm going to go just, they sent off a letter with some different things that they would love to be considered for. And the first question I asked, I said, can you give us, it doesn't have to be necessarily in Foxborough, but I asked her, how does this impact Foxborough? How many, people from Foxborough have gone through Gilly's house. And so she said, she told me she thought there was at least 9 to 10 people had gone through. So I'm going to go and take a look, see everything with my own eyes, and when we have that meeting, I'm going to maybe give a little feedback. Some of the things that she asked for were, very reasonable things that, and I'm not advocating for them, I just,
No,
The
only thing I'm questioning is, quite honestly, if someone wants to make a plea for these monies, I think it should go back in front of the group that's currently meeting, that is responsible for the town for these different areas, not one of us. You're fine to understand what
Yeah.
they do and stuff like that,
Yeah.
but I really think it should be brought to,
But it's going to be brought in front of us.
but if it
Yeah.
hasn't even been vetted by the group that's vetting
Oh,
everything else that's going
yes.
on.
We're aware of it.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
send
Oh,
us letters.
She has sent a letter to.
She's been sending a
Yeah,
lot of letters.
yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
So,
Oh, yeah. I wasn't trying to bypass. Listen, that group knows better where that money should go, but if it's going to be brought in front of us, I just want to see for my own eyes. And I just wanted to let everybody else know if anybody was interested, because she has, asked for a number of things.
Where are they located?
Rentham. Gilly's house. So, yeah.
I think
yeah.
Sheldonville area, Sheldonville.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm
Is,
not, but I just wanted to make sure that, that I mentioned, mentioned that I was going to go.
I'm just curious, is Northeast Health Services at the table?
Not at our little table, but certainly I can find out if they're dealing with those that deal, like, I don't deal with
Right.
this very often, so that's why I can't really answer that, but, Christina LaRose and Tom Kenvin and those that are actually boots on the ground dealing with
Right.
opioid, and Matt, I should mention Matt with opioid and substance abuse, they would know better, the names. I've heard of Interfaith, I've heard of, that's really the only one I could think of right now, but,
But they may
I can
have a
find
lot of dual diagnosis clients there at that location.
yeah, let me make a note. No. What's it called, Northeast?
I mean, we're going to,
Northeast Health
obviously,
Services,
we're going to hear a lot about different things, but
right on Foxborough Boulevard.
the town
yeah, they just
has,
opened.
the town has had a deal with Interface, which has been servicing community members for a little over a year now, I think, with I think a lot more response from the public than we thought they would get. So there's a lot of great causes out there that can go through this, but I think in the end, hopefully what we look at is what serves as many Foxborough residents as possible. All of these are great causes.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything
Yeah.
on that. I'm just saying that that's what I'm sure the group is looking at to say what's the
Yeah.
best route. And then we'll have to make a decision.
Yeah, they're going to come forward with data, actual metrics and whatnot. And I don't think it's going to be, and one of the things that the Board of Health, through their survey and through their subsequent conversations, has mentioned that they don't really want all the money to go to one place. So it's kind of making sure you hit it, you get to accomplish a few layers. So that's sort of a message
Somebody
we are
has to get money
trying.
this year, possibly next year or the year after.
Yeah, or
so-
you split it, you do
Yeah.
30,000 here, 10,000 here. So that's that'll be ultimately your decision, but I've asked them to come forward with real metrics, real data, so that, we all can evaluate the actual impact to Foxborough residents and the benefits, and
How many years is this funding?
like 20 years.
20 years, okay.
That's a long time.
And we have funds from last year, was that the first year?
We have some backlog of funds. We've spent a little bit on, I know they put in Sharps collection boxes, spent nominal fees here and there, but for the most part, we do have the money that we've collected. We haven't been spending it yet till we allocate it. And I should note that the Board of Health did have a meeting on July 22nd and talked about it. And so that's available if you do, FCA, YouTube. I do that on Google all the time, Board of Health, and you can actually watch their discussion. So they're the three members of the Board of Health are very passionate as well about this cause. So that is available to be watched. Okay, on to our next topic is I sent out to all of you the OPEB report as of June 30th, which was favorable. So that right now, let me see what the OPEB is expected to be fully funded by 2033 under the current presumptions. As we know, the market is variable, so that can change. It's not fixed, but the net OPEB liability went from 33.8 million down to 28.8 million, so we are making progress. And then ARPA funds, I did send out an email about that today. We have to adjust a bit on ARPA because a couple of the expenditures we've approved have been denied based on the fact that they were lease payments, the body cameras and one other thing, they were lease payments. And it turns out, as it's all distilled down, you can't use debt service, which a lease payment is now considered for that. So we're going to have to reallocate some funds. I floated out a few ideas, and this will come up at the next meeting, and I'm going to have the teams here be prepared to discuss them. But the fire department's looking for radios and gas meters. Those to me seem like no-brainers. Those are life safety issues. Then, we're looking at $176,229.96 in quote-unquote surplus ARPA funds. That said, it is limited, what you can use to spend. For example, when we have to check on things, Marie actually has to call the consultant and ask them because this ARPA is so new that it's sort of airplane that's being built as we fly it. So these funds, when we were talking about it, we could always take one of the CIP items like the trackless municipal tractor. You could throw the money towards that. It'd need a little bit more, but that would knock off a CIP item. Then I was the one who kind of said, and don't shoot me for this, but I've been immersed in the skate park situation. I also was like, for the love of God, it seems like the town of Foxborough is committed to the skate park, and it's very expensive to do it, and then it's like, do we just throw the money towards that and get a skate park that isn't, in disrepair and get it done all at once? Again, I don't know. That's up to this board. It has nothing to do with me. I only threw it out there because I see, that there's a big demand for the skate park. It doesn't seem to be going away. I am concerned about the condition of it and sort of the long-term viability. For people's edification, the middle portion is scheduled to be installed on September 9th. But that will not count. We don't have funds for the rest of it. So I'm just floating out there to sort of see what your faces look like. The other opportunity is you could use some of those funds for furniture and equipment for the community center, and then that way it wouldn't have to be bonded, go into the debt. So there's a lot of options that can be considered, and it really is up to this board to decide. It will be discussed at the next meeting, but just
So Paige, what happens to the items that we've already posted to it, like the lease payments? How are we then paying for them?
we have to go back to town meeting. Those will be on town meeting on November 18th.
So they come for free cash then?
Yeah.
So, Paige, should we reach out ourselves, or before that actually comes to us, like, I mean, I think we've all heard about the skate park and back and forth, but can we find out things like, how many kids really use the skate park? I mean, I know it's very popular, but I don't know how many kids are using it. I know one of the things that, I had asked some members of recreation, the committee, well, what's the deal? If you guys have some money, whatever. I mean, and I think they love the skate park, but what I hear is just like, it doesn't generate any revenue. Like, kind of a lot of the stuff they do generates revenue, so, which it doesn't mean we don't fund it. But maybe just, before that stuff comes to us, do you want us to be reaching out ourselves to some of these things?
No, I can
or-
request some metrics on it. And
Yeah,
how many kids
well, you said department heads are gonna come in. I mean, when they come in, they're gonna.
Prepared to
They're
address
gonna be telling us why they need what they're bringing forward, of course, and then it's something like that. I don't wanna just hear it because we want the skate park. Like, if we could, get a little more detail on how many kids are using it, or.
Yeah, and I think if we're going to do that, then we actually do have to have a good conversation with Recreation because of the size of their balances right now, as to, what they plan to do with that. You can't just have these funds that build forever and not have a true plan that says how they're going to be dispersed. They've gotten a fairly good size, from my understanding of looking at the account. So I think that has to be part of the discussion too. So any of this, to your point,
Yeah.
there's multifacets to that whole,
Yes.
And I'm
discussion.
not even sure, I remember a figure thrown out, but that was probably quite some time. I think originally there was a figure thrown out of 250,000 to do it right. Is that, does that sound?
Oh, I think it was like 100,000.
No, I think it was higher. I think it was,
Well,
250?
it depends on what you call them, doing it right. If you're going
right,
to
there's
build a
concrete
baseball
and
park.
then there's the skate
exactly.
light. And, it seems like the purists want, and I'm coming in this conversation late, but it seems like a lot of people want the concrete. I get the sense that's through the roof. I don't even know if we've had quotes on that. I think we've gotten quotes, high 100s to 200s to do it. Now, the center part will be done. I believe that's about 60,000. Don't quote me on that. So that's going to be done.
And that's
So
what
what is
that.
that? Is that just a continuation of what they have today?
What?
When you say the center part?
So they're replacing the center part exactly, apparently, as it existed prior, but it's going to be in the skate light material, so it's being fabricated off-site, and it'll be installed on or around September 9th, so that portion, but then the remainder will not be. And we all know it's in, I worry about it as a liability. That's the main thing, and if we don't have a plan to upkeep it. That said, if Recreation has the funds to do it, maybe they will, I don't know, but I just worry about that, and it just seems like it's coming up a lot, and if the community, and again, it would have to get to town meeting, and the town meeting would have to support it if it even got that far, and I don't know, to Stephanie's point, if there's enough support on that, but I'm just sort of throwing it out there, because it just feels like it's at the forefront a lot, and I certainly, we're investing in the center portion, and what if the rest of it continues to deteriorate, and then you don't want to close it?
Piecemealed, like.
Right.
And where's this
pieces of
60,000
it.
coming from on the center portion?
There was some
State.
state money from Senator Fianini and Paul and Jay Barrows, and also there was a Friends of, or some sort of a fundraising effort that I believe donated 28,000 towards it. So that's getting the center part done. Unfortunately, that money doesn't go far, and I know there's been frustration because there's been a contractor that's willing to do it all for X amount, but as you know, we're bound by procurement laws, and we can't hire someone to just do it. You have to do the open and fair process, and so, government it's not easy. So,
The skate park, the skate park is an enigma. It will never go away. It will forever be here and need attention from boards like this and from the rec board. It ebbs and flows. Sometimes there's 100 kids up there. Sometimes, right now, none. It's hard to get those metrics. But that will.
it does
See
seem
what it is.
it does seem that that's sort of where I come to, because I look at it and go, well, I don't know, but it does seem to be a passion project for this community, at least a segment of it. So, and I worry that it's an attractive nuisance that's going, that at some point we could get sued if it's in very poor condition and someone gets hurt. So like, what are we going to do? Are we going to have a skate park or are we not? And what condition it's going to be in? But again, I'm coming in kind of late. I'm just throwing it out, spaghetti at the wall, saying, I don't know, we have
And once in a while on social media, somebody will post a picture from up there, and I look and I go, oh my God, someone's screws coming out or pieces of board and,
Say no more.
And it's, yeah, so it is because you look and you say, oh my goodness, skateboard people don't get mad, that's the thing we have to figure out, is it something we want, our community really want, or?
Well, I also think when you're looking at ARPA funds, I don't think the intent in general for the ARPA funds was to do things like that as much as it was to do, projects for the overall community. So, I think if we really go back to the definition of what they were thinking that they were funding, that may take some of these things
But
off.
the consultant did say it would qualify. So for that, to that extent, I hear what you're saying about intent, but we did ask the question and it would qualify.
Well, two things. One, it is a very vocal, as Deb knows, minority of people involved with the skate park. And they're passionate about the fact that, for the most part, that's what their kids do. They don't play football. They don't do cheerleading, they go up to the skate park. So they're very passionate about that, but they're also very vocal. So as Paige has heard, and I heard over the last 9 years, they do a lot of their discussions on social media, and sometimes that could be a problem because they're not always
can
right.
backfire, yeah.
And they're not always right.
Yes.
And they don't understand sometimes the process that a town has to go through
Exactly.
once that property is ours. And I've been to a number of meetings, and that can be very frustrating. And you probably 3 times the meetings I've been to.
Yeah, it's been a long road.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a horrible idea to bring it up, but only because it's so vocal these last 3-4 years. But I sort of agree with Bill. I think it should be more town-wide, but let's see where it goes.
Absolutely. Yep. Okay, so we're still with me. Hold on. Okay. Let me get back to where we are. Human Resources update. Donald Triani Jr. from the Fire Department has submitted a letter with his intent to retire from the Foxborough Fire and Rescue. He has only worked there for 44 years, so I don't know why he's quitting so soon, but he's expected to retire on or around September 7th. So hats off to Mr. Triani for a long career and serving Foxborough, quite dedicated to Foxborough. And then Mariah Gilbert, she's one of our newer employees within the past year in the assessor's office. She recently just received her MAA, Mass Association of Assessing Officers designation. So just to acknowledge her, she now has to continue her continuing ed, but it's a great asset to have well-trained assessors down there, and kudos to her to getting that done while working full-time. Current open positions, we have a public works engineer. The primary purpose is to provide technical support and project management to the public works on town projects. As we all know, Chris and his team are pretty busy with projects, so they're looking to supplement that. DPW equipment mechanic, that's a vacancy that just recently opened up, so we're looking to fill that valuable position. As always, we're looking for a water technician and flaggers and laborers. And just so everybody knows, the recreation director position will be posted in the near future. As you know, Renee left and Kristen has been filling in through the summer. We didn't want to advertise in the middle of summer when most rec directors are busy running camps and probably not applying for jobs. So in this fall, we will be posting that. Then construction updates. Walnut Street is ongoing. Hats off to Chris. One thing that folks probably don't realize, and you probably noticed as you drive by, but when Xfinity events were going on, the crew was not allowed to work on the Walnut Street roadway work because they are concerned about holiday weekends, event days, and whatnot. And it was making to a point where some days they were only able to work 3 days out of 5 days a week out there. You go by and you see all that, and nothing's happening, and that's because of Mass DOT had restrictions on it. So with the help of our local legislators, Chris was able to obtain a waiver. So now Walsh is going to be able to work on days that Xfinity events are occurring. This is on a trial basis to make sure if there's any trouble, then it would go back. But hats off to Chris because he really doesn't anticipate any problems. We don't see a lot of traffic over there because of Xfinity. So they had everything. I mean, holiday weekends, Patriots game, Xfinity games. So really they were missing 2 days a week out there, many weeks, and very frustrating from a scheduling perspective. West and Mill Street paving is done. Congratulations to that. I know that area of town has put up with a lot for a year or two now, so we're happy to do that. And Chris has reported that there's a patch over on East Street under the bridge where the barrels are. He's they were hoping to get the water system work done. That's why it was temporarily like that. But now it's taking too long to get out there, so he's going to work on that hopefully by next week. So try to get a patch over there. We did get some dam updates, as in DAM. The West Street Dam is now in good condition, so that's great. All that work was for that. The Glue Factory Pond, West Dam, that dam removal design is in progress. It's been mostly funded through a grant, and we're going to have to look at construction grant funding for removal once the design is complete. Then there's also a dam over by the Lakeview Pavilion called Carpenter Pond Dam, and currently that's being looked at for dam repair alternatives. And then not mentioned was Crack Rock Dam. They were issued a certificate of noncompliance in 2020. And again, my understanding is that a couple of the state is pushing for all dams to be removed, but Foxborough might not want to remove a couple of these dams. So that would be a matter of the town having to allocate money towards fixing those themselves. We might not be eligible for grants because they're really only funding the removal. They're not funding the repair. So when I mentioned that to Marie, she said that might be a CIP thing down the road. So that'll be a community discussion to decide, do you want to keep dams? Do you want to get rid of them? What are the implications of removing them? But just wanted to let everybody know that we are every year receiving notices from the state and they're monitoring this. So, and DPW is also working on it, but we might get to a point where some decisions have to be made. Let's see, National Grid, the maintenance scheduled. There was a question about the use of, I think, the old Lincoln Hill property, that you saw some tree removal over there. What's really going on is Lewis Tree works for National Grid. They do the tree removal for National Grid, which we all support. They usually stage or are allowed to park because Chris wants to make sure they stay in town and do our tree maintenance that we need. They've parked their vehicles overnight at DPW. And then the employees come, leave their cars during the day, take the trucks out and do the work. Well, in light of the DPW work getting ready to be done, he allowed them to go over to the Lincoln Hill area, to the parking lot over there. They did push back some brush. They're going to clean that up. I know that the rec board chair was out there, and Chris Gallagher was out there. The Conservation Commission chair was out there looking at it. So it looked scary, but really it's to accommodate Lewis, to keep them in town, and also they just cleared up. There was a lot of overgrowth on the old parking lot there. So, and Chris said he'll put the gate back up later if needed, so, because the gate had dilapidated. Reminder that bridge washing and cleaning is going on the 495 corridor, so you might hear noise or see traffic disturbances overnight. The farmers market, as you know, was discontinued due to the aforementioned turnover in the rec department. It really wasn't thriving this year because there wasn't a dedicated sort of personnel to work on it, so it was discontinued, but all intentions are to bring it back better than ever next year, so don't give up hope on that.
And they tried. They did bring it back for a few weeks. Kristen and her crew really tried.
They did.
And it wasn't so much the turnover, but that the vendors weren't secured in the special acts that we like for entertainment weren't secured ahead of time. So when Kristen came in June with all intent and to run it, you couldn't get vendors then.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. And I
They'll
know
be back.
I know Foxborough, it has been trouble. I remember I go to Franklin Farmers Market, which is very big, and I tried to recruit people to Foxborough, and they said, yeah, Thursday night's our only night off. So it is, it's a very competitive market. I saw in alleys, tonight they're in Norwood at a farmer's market. Tomorrow night they're in North Attleboro and Walpole on Saturdays. So the hard thing is I think Foxborough also is competing with all these other well-established. And so sometimes these farmers just want, a day off.
And they don't have the help.
They don't have the
Send
help.
down, yeah.
Yeah. And I know it's a challenge for loading and unloading on the common. So but Mark and his team, they're going to be working on it for next year. And then the only other note I have is you guys are going to have to live without me at the next select board meeting. I will not be here, so sorry. I have a trip planned that I had to go on then, but you'll have a whole lot of teams members here. That's why you'll see, I think, Chief Kelleher, Marie, Paige Eppolito, Mark Craig, all on their projects, but the good thing is they'll be here, so you'll have some resources. And that's my update for tonight.
Okay. All right. Does anybody else, I know I brought Selectmen's update up a little, or anybody have anything else that they wanted to add for Selectmen's update?
No.
No? I'll say one thing. Welcome back, Dennis.
Thank you.
Dennis was gone for a little bit. Nice to see you here in person.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank
Okay.
you for the beautiful meal you cooked for my family.
That's the one thing I'm good at. Doc, you know that. pretty good at cooking, right?
You're a good cook.
That was good.
Yeah.
Phenomenal
I
cook.
said, Dennis,
What'd you make?
least I could do, right? Gave his
You have
wife a
to-
night off, no cooking for
That's
her.
right.
Yeah,
She's
it was
waiting
my
for the
pleasure.
recipe, though.
Yeah, Dennis sent me a card, said, hey, can we have the recipe? And I said, well, I'll have to figure it out, because I never follow a recipe. It's all in my head, but I'm going to write it down for you and get it to you,
What'd you make?
for sure. Chicken Florentine with homemade rice pilaf. How's that?
Homemade, not like the box thing?
No, you kidding me?
I didn't know there was such a thing.
We'll have to call a meeting
Imagine
sometime with
that.
the whole board, and I'll cook you guys dinner. We'll have to call a meeting
make us
for
a
it.
cheesecake, we'll
There
be
you go.
fine.
Oh, yeah, those have the cheesecake, number of times. That was his Christmas for me and Jimmy. Jimmy said, Bill likes cheesecake. I said, bingo, we're all set. All right, so we need to make a motion to reappoint town election workers.
Motion to reappoint / appoint the town election workers listed on the attachment of the agenda for a term to start September 1st, 2024, and end on August 31st, 2025.
Just a question.
Second.
There's a person on it that's deceased. Did you catch that?
Which one?
I'll
Okay.
tell
'Cause we
Katie.
caught, yeah,
Yeah.
that's a surprise.
Who was it, I'm sorry?
She didn't say. He was going to talk about it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
So we can just make the motion without one name, or it doesn't matter, we can just make the motion and deal with it later.
Right.
Okay, perfect. Any other discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then next is the Crafts are adding another game. Oh, wait a minute, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, for lacrosse. For some
Yeah.
reason, I don't know why, I think I read it, and I think I thought it was an extra soccer game for World Cup. I must have just missed the lacrosse and read the whole thing. Okay, yeah, so they're going to be adding on one more game, so we have a motion for that.
Motion to approve the additional time for the Premier Lacrosse League games on September 2nd, 2024. Additional game to be played at 6 p.m.
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and next up is Select Board meeting minutes from July 16th, 2024.
Motion to approve the Select Board meeting minutes from our meeting on July 16th, 2024.
Second.
Any discussion? Thank you, Katie.
Sure.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good night, everybody. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Oh, wait a minute.